Ooh, boy, oh boy. So, my head's pretty fried. It's like, what time is it? It's 3 a.m. here. Almost 4. But I'm almost done. So, well, not almost done, but I'm finishing a segment that I want to finish. So I thought I might as well finish it on stream, since it's the boring parts are pretty much over and it's just me tinkering with the system to refine it. Oh, and then all I have to do is actually input the effects. So all the template structure is done, I should say. So if we have a book with 2 slots, charm and an incantation. So charm determines the type of spell, and then incantation, if I could speak, incantation determines the casting type. So for instance, we have this one that says direct and this one that says burst and direct. We equip the direct, you can see a few segments turn on. First is the element type, I should say, so that charm fire. And then down here is the casting type, and then here is the actual just having a spellbook. And the reason I'm using like toggles is so that it doesn't create any unnecessary lag. Only the systems that are actually needed by the player will be functional. But yeah, so if we equip the book and we shift, we can start the cast. You can see casting is going up and then counts down if we stop casting. At certain intervals, we'll get the enchant particles, sort of indicating that we are casting. I need to think of them, they're way too large at the moment. And then, of course, if we get to the threshold, which should be about 5 seconds, or 1,000, we cast. And we shoot a little fireball. With the other one, because it does both burst and direct, it's a little bit different. We actually spew out in multiple directions. But the things that I can now tinker with are the casting speed, as well as, obviously, what I want each spell to do. And I gotta say, I'm really happy with how this has turned out, because it's highly customizable for the player. So for instance, if I give them a book with X empty slots, they can now pick out 1 to 5 different casting types and however many actual charms or spell types they want. And this means that the combinations are pretty crazy. Especially once I start, obviously, tinkering with the actual effects. First thing we need to sort of figure out is the look. So I just want a universal thing. I don't even have a book, so I can't show it. But I just want a universal display that the player is casting. I'll probably make a specific element one tied to the chain up there. But for now, this enchant particle grows way too large, which we don't want. The other thing is the timing. So as it is currently, I think I'm using a 5-second maximum, which means the first 1 second of shifting preps the casting, then the next second, so once you're at 400 or 2 seconds, is when you get that first sign that you are casting. And I think I don't like 5 seconds. 5 seconds feels a bit slow, and that's what I have opened on the side here, is this Excel spreadsheet, because this allows me to calculate the actual casting time. So for instance, base, if we find the one without modifiers, so I can't change this. It's hardwired into too many command blocks for me to actively change. I can change the negative interval, but that doesn't really make a difference. The one we can really change is this positive interval. So essentially, every tick, I'm adding a score to a player and minusing 10. This gives me a leeway to actually customize it. I can make the negative higher all the way to 9 to impede casting. Obviously, if I make it negative 20, then you won't be able to cast. So for instance, if they had a negative value of 9 or a modifier of 9, this means that their casting time would now take 50 seconds, which is pretty slow. So we don't even want that. So I'm thinking of adjusting the base. So for instance, if we up it to 22, we're now at 4 seconds. At negative 9, we still have 50 seconds, which is, no, sorry, I'm not doing it correctly. Where was it? We'd go this way. I'm not too worried about the positive intervals yet. Yeah, so at 22, our base cast speed is now 4 seconds, and our maximum slow cast speed is 16 seconds, which is, it's okay. There's a few things to think about. So one, anyone who uses, say, burst or Self, I think, are the two. They get a bump in their casting speed. Anyone who uses just the straight line is base. So for instance, base is 4 seconds. Burst is now... Ooh, we gotta go this way. Burst is now 3.5 seconds, which I'm not too big on either. I feel like it should be a bit quicker, since it is more of a close range projectile. If we were to up it to 25, I think this is too quick. Right. Not to mention, I'm going to add intervals for the cast mechanic as well. Yeah, so at 25, the burst speed is now 3 seconds. The base speed is 3.5 roughly. So there's not a big gap there, which I don't like. I think 22 is probably a decent interval. So the slowdown speed is I guess somewhat of an issue. So if we made it 25, the slowest cast speed would be 8 seconds, which is not really substantial. The whole idea was if someone was able to get a book and just chuck everything onto it, what would that speed look like? And it's not even going to look like the maximum, given the positive multipliers I'm going to add. So essentially, being able to actually hit this cap is a bit unreliable, and I also can't make it... I can't give everything I would like high values, because I don't want an accident to happen where the player just combines the wrong sort of spells together, and therefore can't cast at all because the speed never increases. So -9 is the cap across all things, meaning that at best the majority are going to have -1, or I could cut it down and make like 5 things have -2 and 1 thing have -1. That's probably a better way, because then at the very least they're always hitting this bracket on direct, or this bracket on anything that has a speed boost, or a worse bracket on anything that has a slowdown speed. In which, if that's the case, then I'm probably better off at leaving it at 22, so the negative impact is actually a lot worse. And then the cutoff for the positive speed will probably be this 15. Which, for the most part, I'm just going to give every spell... Well, no. For the most part, every spell will have 0, and then a few will have either negative or positive values. So, actually... Well, there's 25, so 15 of them. 3 would have negative values. That leaves 7 having no value, and 15 having positive values, which is... That's not really correct. I'd be more into the 10 bracket, so 2.5 seconds being the quickest speed. No, but wouldn't even it'd be 12. In fact, it could be probably 13 if you have both the positive spell modifiers, so we're still hitting that 2-second bracket. And I'm not even on 22, so this is incorrect. So disregard everything I just said. At 13 is 2, so that's perfect. So 22 seems like the perfect cast speed. If we hop over here, modify the positive one, this one, 22. And then I've already given 4. This one is... I can't see if it's remove or not. This add, I'm assuming that's remove. That's add. Then this one should be remove, right? No, they're both add. One of them's wrong. Hey, Swix. Merry Christmas. You too. Well, that's a tough question. I've done all the infrastructure. So essentially, all the slots up here are templates for me to have different spells. Right now, we're just doing the cast speed. So it's currently at 4 seconds, I think. So at certain intervals, you'll see the enchant particle go around us, and then we shoot a little fireball. And there's 5 modes of casting that I've set up. If we swap books, this one has 2 on it. So we've got those 2. Don't worry about the storm, that's a different enchant system. We've got incantations and we have charms. So charms are the actual spell type, and then incantations are the casting type. So for instance, the one we have now has both burst and direct. So if I use it, once we hit 1,000 on the is casting, we will shoot out multipliables. So burst is 3 short range, and then the direct is that line. It goes a bit further, and I'm just trying to work on balancing the casting speed. Because there's a few things that I can do to modify it, and then we can actually work on the actual different spells. And the good thing about this system is they're all combinable. So if I just give a person a blank template, they can add all these different modifiers to their book and be able to cast X spell that does X thing that I won't even know because I won't bother testing out all the combinations. Essentially, like, the most insane book would be 25 charms and then all 5 casting types, which would be pretty crazy. In fact, I'm pretty sure the particles would glitch out because there'd be too many on screen. Like, some of them wouldn't even process. But yeah, so according to Excel, this is a big thing. So our base cast time is every tick we're adding 22, every tick we're minusing 10, and then I can adjust these modifiers. If I increase the modifier to -9, it's going to take 16 seconds to cast a spell. If I obviously go to the other end and add to it, we can speed up the cast time. So instead of being 4 seconds, if we get up to +13, it could be 2 seconds. I think this is really good because I can do two other things with this system. I can add a unlockable item or a passive item that just boosts your casting speed, you know, like rings or anything in an RPG game. And then I can also add a status effect, maybe, that will disable spellcasting for someone. Anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're still figuring out this. So, yeah, I think I'm happy with the cast speed at 22, to say, which is 4 seconds. Because then with the modifiers, it's most likely the best applicable speed you can get to is 2 seconds, so half the speed. And then if I add something to double that. But the next question is the cast animation. Ooh, of course, I need a book. So right now we have this area of effect cloud going around us. And there's 3 heights, which I do like, but they all go out a bit too far. Well, actually, the top one, I don't mind. The top one seems to be a decent range. Oh, sorry, the way I have the chat box, it's cut off. Probably right about the past glitching out once. Awesome, that's actually really good to know. I did not know what the cap was. So 20k. So I'm using 20 a tick. So 20 times 25 is what's 500. So yeah, in a second it would be half of that cap. So in 2 seconds, everything would disappear. Not to mention all the, obviously, other particles going on. And then, like, burst has 3 projectiles. So yeah, so it definitely crash. Well, not crash, but obviously they wouldn't. I could add force to them all, but then it would probably crash, which I don't like. I don't like adding force to any of the particles, because, again, I want this whole thing to be player-friendly, so same with how a lot of the systems are toggleable. So if it, you know, impacts lag, I would rather not use force and force the particles on anyone. Yeah, so stuff would just be cut off. Which I'd rather that happen. Or does force still reach the 20k particle? Because I know from testing, force just means you can see it to your max render distance. Well, I don't know. Like a failsafe in the game, which should be the limit. But I can understand that force just is meant to override that. Okay, the other thing to figure out. So these are our, like, cast animation, which is just a area effect cloud with the particle enchant growing steadily every tick. It lasts for, was that 6 seconds? So this first one I'm activating on roughly the 2 second mark. Yeah, okay. So force still, their cap still is implied. Which, okay, well, then I guess that refutes my justification for not using force, and maybe I should be putting force on everything I do in terms of particles, just to make them... it would give them priority over other things, wouldn't it? Or something like that. Okay, so if this activates at 2 seconds, and we're giving it 6 seconds, that means it lasts for 8, which is double our actual cast, which we don't want. So if anything, this should be significantly less. If we make that one on top 2 seconds, I'll put it at 40, 60, and then this should be 80. 80, 60, 40. I'm guessing they're not going to extend as far as I want. I need to sort of up the radius that's increasing. So 400, we hit the first one. Still going quite large. Second, third. Yeah, I still feel they're lingering too long. Maybe I should shave off 10 seconds more from each of them. Not 10 seconds, half a tick. Nope, I am. Yeah, so for me, it's very early morning. I've not slept. My brain is not doing the good talking. The action bar. That's data packs, isn't it? Mind you, despite all my building, I'm not well versed in any of this. No, you can do action bars without. Oh, okay. How? Action bar is just a title command. Wait. So, but is it still just text? I would then have to do something funny with like JSON and make it into a bar or something. It's interesting. To be honest, I'm not too. No, I'm trying to think about it. And you can make an actual bar, so to speak. Oh, well, what you just layer, wouldn't you? Hmm. It's very tempting. And then I just feed in the score as well, which makes it still applicable across. It's like I don't know. I'm just thinking how it might work. So if I were to say high, like layer high or HI, then the image would merge, and I could create a more structured image. But I'm assuming you can just code in a proper bar with a min max value or something like that, or just different stages. Might be something worth me investigating. Granted, I really don't want to prolong this. I've got this, loot boxes, and just elite mobs, which I keep throwing off. Like this one, all I have to do is come up with 12 mobs. And I keep throwing it off. You can use the selectors and action bar using certain syntax to apply a score from any entity onto the action bar. I need to think that's basic. Does it go? Where's it go? Like, does it replace the experience bar? So like you can just edit the text on this. Is that what you mean? Or would it? No, sorry. Would it go above the hearts and everything? I've never. Yeah, okay. Because I've never. I've rarely played survival, to be honest. Granted, I haven't played Minecraft in years. I just had obviously spare time to work on this, so I thought I would. Something I've always wanted to build. I've attempted it several times over different years, but this is going to be the first time I complete it. Interesting. Suppose it would be a good utility. I mean, there's probably no reason for me not to do it. Just another thing for me to teach and do. Teach myself and do. Anyway, was I spaced? Was I happy with the enchant? Yeah, it doesn't go out too far anymore, and it dies off pretty quickly. Because it should die off, and then it starts again. Yeah, perfect. So you can cycle it cast. And it really opens up a world of custom text and items, action bars, custom signs, styles, mob names, and much more just based aspects of the game. I suppose that's true. I was really... Can you hear that? You could probably hear it if I talk. This is the other reason why I'm up early. There's like possums or something on my roof, and my dog is just going crazy every 10 minutes or so. The extent of JSON that I've used, that I can't even get to myself. No, I can't. Is look at that. That's not like JSON is. Well, I guess it is. Because you can do the same thing with signs, can't you? You can make signs interactable. Problem is, if I head into that rabbit hole, then there's gonna it's gonna flood me, and I'm gonna want to rework or redo systems. There's already a few systems here I'd really prefer to tear down and redo, given that because every time I build a new system, I've obviously learnt new skills that would have made the other systems a lot more better. A lot better. But English. But it is very tempting. I was still going to do XP for casting. I think that still seems fair. In fact, I kind of spaced on that idea. So I don't really have room. Well, I do have room. I can add it on this side. So all of them but one. So I'll probably have to cut this out and extend it. Or I can just add it to the spell type. So if you stack multiple types and it costs... Or I can just cut out the experience. I mean, I'm not forcing the player to spend experience with arrows or with status effects. You just have to spend the resources to craft. And also justifies the longest spell time. Because staying stationary for that amount of time is pretty bad. Because like if you move, the timer does decrease. So you can strafe, yeah, you can strafe and cast. But it's going to take a lot longer. Yeah, but that means that it becomes less vanilla survival friendly unless you stop the XP value placeholder. It's a very good point. I guess the alternative to that would just force the player to use experience to craft the item. And that way I can use a bigger value. And it's also not, it doesn't feel somewhat shitty like, oh, you've got this awesome book, now you have to go farm before you can use it. Yeah, I think that's a better idea, is just add experience to the crafting. Though that said, I have not done it for the other system, so... Ugh. Is it fair? Is it fair to make them forced to use experience? Well, in saying that, the way I got around it with my other enchanting system was you have to name an object. So for instance, like Ender Pearls, go ahead and name it Storm, so this would cost what? So normally costs the player 1 experience to be able to craft my enchant. Oh yeah. They have to have Lapis in their main hand, and then I can... No. Ah. That would be a good idea, but I've messed it up already. Since it's a lot easier to obviously... Well, no, the clear command, I don't have to worry about slot, do I? I just clear it from anywhere in the inventory. Yeah, and that gives a better use to it, that I can then... I have a reason to add, like, Lapis to the loot boxes, so they don't have to farm it as much. It's a really, really good suggestion. And then it ties into, obviously, enchanting already, because you have to use Lapis to enchant. Yeah, and then if it does cast, I just clear 1 or whatever. That's... Clear 1 works, right? It's the actual value, because the only time I've used clear is with my potion system. And obviously potions only stack to 1. Well, I can just do it now. So like if I clear 1 Ender Pearl, it'll just get rid of 1. Yeah, max count. Alright. Alright. Definitely something to write down. The other thing is all my notes have gone out of hand. I have like 12 Word documents just for this system where I've kept trying to rewrite it and start again. Just so it's not cluttered, but in doing that it's more cluttered. Anyway, so the casting's fine. We can worry about the item making later. The next step was to add a particle corresponding to the type. So for instance, this is Charm Fire, so I'd want like a fire particle on the player along with their casting. So it'd just be probably centered. I'd have to increase the dimension a little bit so you can actually see it. And that way, anyone who's viewing the player can also see that they're casting, you know, X spell, depending on the particle. That's the big thing I have to work out. Right now, I have, what? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 12 slots to work with. The check... what blocks do I want to mark with? Just use quartz like normal. Like I have it. Okay, so for instance, right now we have... Oh, I can't shift why this is in my hand. And it's gone. Stored on base. Okay. So, 1 slot is a particle indicating what element they're casting. Second slot would be the cost reduction, or the cost... reducing Lapis in the player's inventory once the cast time hits its peak. And then that leaves, what, 4 slots for a sound effect, and then 3 for the actual effects. So I'd also want a collision particle effect to indicate the spell is being hitting. So that's 2 slots for that, and then 2 slots for the actual effect. I mean, that's not too bad. I can probably get away with not using the other side either. And then the check. I just add the check to any of these. Probably just to this one that adds it. So I just add the, you need to have Lapis in your inventory. But then to do it correctly, I should probably add like a sound effect or something to indicate that you can't cast. No, no. Yeah, no, I don't have to set. I don't have to set the count. So it'd just be nbt. Ooh, where am I typing? On Minecraft. It'd be nbt equals. Can I remember this off the top of my head? Inventory. Nope, it's squares. Then circles. Then it'd be slot or ID, or does the slot go? No, that'd just be ID lapis. Did you spell it in full? Damn, you didn't. What is it? ZULI, ZULI. If they have lapis lazuli, so if we do this now, yeah, it doesn't increase. If we grab out some lapis, it still doesn't increase. I missed something. Where's my big list? Inventory. Slot. I'm looking for one with ID. Oh, right. I hate that there's such inconsistencies. Like, redstone gets me as well every time, because I'd use redstone dust, and then it's just redstone, and same with quartz. Oops, I need the Minecraft too, don't I? No, it still doesn't like it. Why don't you like it? Do you have to specify count? I thought you could get away without it. That doesn't like count either. Let's just get my data. I have too many stuff. Yeah, so it should just be curly brackets. Should bypass the slot. Wait, this says lapis lazuli. When in doubt, do less and test. Always on. Executes if entity all runs a hi. So npt equals brackets inventory squares circles ID crafts lapis. Yeah, so it doesn't like that. Does like that. So what was the error, I wonder? Either way, copy and paste, and all should be right. Yeah, so casting works currently. Okay, works now. For whatever reason. It's fair enough. That actually makes me wonder, because I'm pretty sure you're right. And if they've changed it, I'm gonna be really peeved because I have some things that use lapis. Quartz is still quartz, perfect. The other one, redstone, is still redstone. Yeah. Alright. Hopefully. That's the other thing I really worry about, is like if they unify it as well, something they should have done when they first implemented, say, like command blocks or NBT data, then no one would have an issue. But if they update it now, everyone's going to have an issue. Anyway, okay. So as long as we have lapis, we can cast. If we don't cast. That was nice and easy to do. Then we just add... should almost be part of the reset mechanism instead. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? They probably updated it when they did the enchanting update. That would make the most sense to me, because that's the only time they've looked at it. Oh, Eyes of Ender are the worst one. Because it's what? Give at all Ender eyes, right? Yeah. Anyway. Where to stick the minus? Uh, it would kind of make sense to attach it. Well, it depends how I want to go about it. If I add it to the reset mechanism by itself, we're only minusing one. Oh, really? Ooh, that is neat. Now I know three. The what is it? F3G, F3B is hitboxes. Yeah, I should really just look up all of the debugger hotkeys. Okay, but that does help. If only it listed the NPT data. Granted, that would be a lot to show, but it would really help instead of me having to look at everything. Okay, what makes most practical sense? Minusing 1, minusing up to 5, depending on the casting type, or minusing per element. Probably per element. Then, if you manage to somehow get all 25, you get what, 2.5 casts a stack? Whereas 5 per cast is not a big deal. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm probably just going to leave it here. Fun part, writing all that out. I still have to figure out cast speed. For the most part, the effect's going to be super simple too. I can just... I've got 12 statuses? How many do I have? More than 12, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4... Nope, 12. So I can pull from these first off, for the most part. Alright, that's the other thing. I want to make a base damage, so to speak, for the arm stands. So that's probably just going in the back here. Right, there's nowhere else to really attach it. No. So 2 command blocks, and it's just execute if entity... No, sorry, execute at entity. If entity. Shouldn't I have to specify? That's interesting. Is it just like searching for it as a name? Anyway. So add entity, if entity, this one's nice and simple. I just have to do my tag, spell. Fail safe. Just always do everything the way it should be. Specify it as an arm stand, because that's what they all are. And then distance equals ... I just make it 0, so it has to be... Zero 0.1. I don't want to make it 1, because then the hitbox is too large. I can make it 0.1, because that's in line with the particle size. Granted, though, the head and the bottom of the armor stand sticks out past the particles. We'll leave it at that, though. I'll just type it out. Equals spell equals arm stand. Distance equals dot dot 0.1. And we're just doing effects. Another bad habit I have, but I'm going to continue doing it anyway, is rather than using @s, I always just do whatever it is, and then sort equals nearest limit equals 1. I don't know why. It's just like in my head I know it's worse because it means that this segment of it is now searching every entity. Or, well, I'm still really curious about the priorities on some command blocks. Because I know in base, if you just execute at entities, it obviously scans every loaded entity before determining which ones match the requirements. But I am curious if it's smart enough to know that it's executing at X position if it only checks the nearest, like it checks the entities branching out rather than just all. Instant damage and instant health. And it'll just be 1 second and it'll be the minimum. And we can hide the particles. Then this one can be effects. Sorry, run. Effect give at E. Not equals nearest. And equals 1. This one shall be instant health, so we can damage the undead. 0, 1, 0, true. I have to find my blacklists. Okay. So, this was instant health, so I'm blacklisting living mobs. And I also probably want to blacklist all the mobless mobs as well, so it doesn't actually try to give the armor stand. Is there a point though to using both as and at? Because at already determines like one entity, or however many entities fit the parameter. So isn't at just the better as? I should be using @s though. I just don't. And it's one of those things like, if I haven't used it in the large scale, I'll start next project. We're at P. Ooh, E. I should really go from the end. Yeah. Much better. And then mobless. So this is instant damage. So this is blacklist the undead, and I'm in the wrong one. Here is the comma. End. How are we looking? Few red bars. It's not really this system, is it? There's some other ones I need to inspect later and clean up. Because this is only 2 command blocks searching every entity. Yeah, kind of looks like it's making a difference. We have spike when it turns on. That's to be expected. So if I'm stationary, I'm not seeing any of the red lines. There's one biggish one. Okay, so in base, it's doing what? Doing 3 hearts to most entities, and then 1.5, or is it 2.5 instant health? I know they're different. It's fine. Suppose we should test it. You're not going to stay stationary though, are you? Right, I need lapis. Ooh. I think I need to make the collision box bigger. It's speeding through it before it detects it. Yeah. Yeah, so aren't you like doubling down? Because you're executing as then at, whereas if you just execute at, it's already selecting that entity? Or are you saying it's not, if you don't use both, it's not selecting the entity as the selector entity? It's only executing at that location, but the selector is still the command block, if that makes sense? Instant health, or did I didn't do these backwards, did I? I don't think I did. Just need to, yeah, we'll make it absurd, just to make sure it's working. Yeah, okay, so 10 blocks, it does work. I just need to perfect the collision. I feel like 1 block's still going to be too big. Oh, I don't think we did damage. Interesting. It's going 2 blocks. Which I suppose makes sense. 1.5 should put it on either side. I'm still not hitting. Hey Sam, happy holidays to you too. Yes, using only at will put the command block as... Yeah, okay. Which means, okay, so if I was using at S, I would have noticed problems straight away. But the same reason why I've got into the habit of not using at S has actually saved my ass, because so I'm using at instead of as. This does worry me, because all the other projectiles travel a lot slower. And the other issue is the player can also be hit. I couldn't see. It didn't look like you took damage. Yeah, because I had no like I had no way to correct it because I wasn't what's the word? I wasn't disciplined by the game for making the bad mistake. Oh well. I don't really want to increase it. 5 is just absurd. It means the player casting it. Because right now, the projectile starts 1 block away from the player. Meaning anything more means the player can most likely be self-harmed. I mean, I don't understand why. It should be able to detect it even at a fraction. because it's running 20 times a second. So its checking should outpace speed of the arm stand. What did I end up having to use on the arrows? Execute at blah blah blah, left owner. 1.6. Interesting. Does 1.6 work? I tried 2 and that didn't work, didn't I? Be able to see like this. Yeah, so not good. Works at that range, but at certain ranges it's not, I guess, because it's speeding through the entity before it can detect the collision. But see, like there, we got 2 hits because of how big the box is. Don't move. Anything else? Yeah, I don't like it hitting twice. We'll see if a minuscule range works, if we're close enough. Nope. Ah. Do I swap to the big arm stands? That's probably what I have to do. I have to make the bounding box bigger than the particles. Really annoying because I have to edit all the command blocks. Invisible, I'm pretty sure it doesn't show me the hitbox. I know the answer, but I might as well test it. Or I just make the damage aspect not function with the player. When you need a third medium, so to speak, like a marker to show that they're colliding, and then you execute from that marker. Because it's like using the intermediary is how I use the arrows, because I tag and then I execute at the tag. Because you'd use these ranges just off of the 2 entities to determine when they overlap or something like that. That's my best guess. Math. It's just stupid that this, like, any way you think about it, it should be running every tick. Yeah, the dx equals 0 selector. But because you have to set x for this, otherwise x gets set to universal 0, you have to use store commands. Like, I assume it's going to be longer than what I necessarily would like. Not quite. Okay, I'll look it up eventually. Ah, this sucks because so the way I initially thought about doing this was having the arm stand not have particles, but actually create area effect clouds, and then I can use that area effect clouds to detect, because obviously they will stay put. I didn't like that because they're two-dimensional and you can't add volume to it. But it seems like that would be another way to get around it, is to use a marker, as I was thinking. So for instance, if I just summon an area effect cloud at the armor stand and then detect that, since it will become stationary, won't have the motion. That, or I slow down the armor stand. That was another thing that really annoyed me. I was trying to look up motion in Minecraft, and all I could find was people converting it to the real world. And I just want to know, if I set the motion to 2, how far is that per tick? Is it just flat divided by 20? But I digress. Is there anything I can think of? If I sort nearest and then set a range, I can use a larger range. But at some point, it'll still be closer to the player before it's closer to the entity. The main way around it is blacklisting the player. But that doesn't help because all the effects I want to add to the spells obviously need that collision detection. So I probably do just have to make area effect clouds at the armor stand and then detect that collision. Problem is too though, then I have to set a particle. Well, I guess the black swirls aren't horrendous. Execute at empty equals spell. Capitalize it. I did capitalize it on the other thing. Well, we know it works sometimes, so I must have. Summon. Effect cloud. Station. And this also doesn't really work with height. This means I now only have the one axis to detect collision on. So this in itself is not a great solution. Probably swap this over to the actual worksheet I'm using. There's a marker entity. There is too. And I take it it's invisible. I have a hitbox I can see. No. Okay, so it's less clutter, but what, is it just one block in size? Is there a way to make it visible? Like with barrier blocks? Okay, okay. Let's test it then. Yeah, I'm in creative. Your special effect does nothing. In here. Let's see. If I... Hard to say then if it will have collision. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Works at 1. Of course it does. Works at a fraction of 1. Should. Yep. Bingo. The question then becomes, how do I clean them up? There's one way to test it. So for instance, you can give arm stands particle effects, and that's how I made how I do time deletion. I detect when they're sorry, not particle effects, potion effects. So the same principle should mean I can edit a marker's NBT and give it a potion effect. Need a different page. Should be this one. Yep. I want the tag and I want the particle potion. So if I do summon marker, we can tag it something else too. We'll just call it a linger, since it's the linger marker. And I want to give it a far greater duration. Okay, so it's summoned it. The question is, does it have the data? Yeah, but see, then that's universal. But for instance, we want each marker to be killed off separately. Also, I'm running out of time. Well, no. Did I do 1,000 or 10,000? Actually, nearest was 1. Ah, damn. Has the tag, but it doesn't have the potion effect. Execute as blah 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 as run scoreboard play. Wait, you can give entities scoreboards? Man, where were you when I started all this? Alright. I didn't even... Oh, I didn't need to give armor stance potion effects. Alright. Problem solved. So annoying having this book. Because every time I shift, it makes an invisible arm stand, and then I can't right-click on blocks. Okay, so we're setting up, what, 3? 1 to summon, 1 to... The 1 to summon should be attached to this side. In fact, we can get rid of them for now. So, just executes at entity type equals armor, type equals spell, summon, location, perfect. And then we want the scoreboard function. The scoreboard function needs to be on the outside, so even if the player dumps the book, the marker will still be destroyed. You're forcing me to use @s. I then need the scoreboard as well. Use lowercase, right? Yeah. Tell me. And then we just... How long should they linger for? I think the arm stands are 60 seconds, so they should linger for 3? Probably less, actually. I'm probably right to kill them after a second. So, kill at E scores equals age greater than 20. And I should probably just do Marcus, just in case the player, I do something dumb. Okay. And the annoying thing is, no real way to check that it works. Wait, you say I can give him particle flex, right? I just have to up the age for now then. Or just turn it off. Quick villager. Okay. That one's working. It's good to know. Ooh. That is really good to see. Oh, well, no. So, see, that's unfortunate. There's still some gaps. But I can map it out, at the very least. For the burst, it's a lot better. Which is interesting, because that's still one block. Stop shifting. Get this out of my hand. Anyway, let's count the distance. Where's the one I'm interested in? Yeah, so they're one block, which is still doable. Because, for instance, we cast from here or something, don't we? Let's just turn these on and kill them. And start again. Thank you. Okay. I need to remember where I cast from. This will do. Ooh. Okay, so that's somewhat of an issue. I thought I guess I decreased where they're starting from. I did. I made it half a block. The best right now There'll still be a little bit of a gap, but for instance, I could push it to, I don't know, like 0.25. Well, no, technically I can push it to 0.49. No worries, Swix. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for helping me. I probably would have been stuck on this, this collision. I think you with the markers, we've got a better chance. So, no one stays. Then we need. I'm going to separate them so I don't lose track. 1, 2. And we'll just do the husks. We'll just do executes at E. If entity at E. And now we're doing markers. Did I give them the tag? No, I didn't. Granted, I doubt I'll use them for anything else, but it's just worth it. S, then square brackets, I believe. And then curlies. All right. Nope, it's just quotation marks. Linger. Sorry. And that's fine. Okay, but I should be able to set the distance now. We can make it anything less than a block, or half a block, because then the player shouldn't be afflicted. We'll just do 0.4 to play it safe. Well, 0.4. At 0.26, that gap should be mostly alleviated. No, 0.4. And effect give e star equals nearest equals 1, and we want instant health. Let's make sure. Well, we can do it this way because their markers still. Wait, they don't have linger, so it doesn't really work. I missed you. Ugh. Give me a straight line. That went over your head. It's interesting. Still going over your head. Is it the marker position I need to change? I think I do. I think I need to lower it. Turn this off. Okay, there's definitely a marker here. You're not taking damage. Why are you not taking damage? Interesting. You're on. Execute at entity if there's an entity with linger, that's a marker within X blocks. If I increase you, just for the fun of it. Yeah, now you're taking damage. It's the collision mapping still. It's like I put him right on the marker. Yep, instant damage. No, sorry, instant health. Just do it like this. We'll work around the player rather than the mobs. So, for instance, if I just give it for 100 seconds, I cast. Right now, it should afflict me. It doesn't, so that's a good sign. Means I can kind of use one block. Right, I can go up. I can go up to 1.4 before we become affected by it, right? Why are we casting so slowly? Interesting. 1.4, we still got hit. I disrupted the tag. Oh, that does not look good. Too many particle effects. Slash too many detections. We're back to good. We're back to okay. Yikes. Anyway, at 1.4 we get hit. We'll get, yeah, we get instant health at 1.4. But 1 was fine. Right. We shouldn't get it, but you should get it. Yeah, you got damaged, we didn't get damaged. Okay, but I need to fix that up. Why is this used by whatever this is? This is a marker? Why are you not dead? Anyway. Interesting. I think that's... Oh! The mark is giving the arm stand regen, or HP. Then the arm stand's not actually dying. Right, I'll fix the blacklist later. Right, perfect. Back to decent levels. Back to okay-ish levels. Okay, so fine, the mark system works. We can get rid of the particles on the marker. Don't need to see them. Get rid of this. And we need to decrease the health. Only be 1 second. Perfect. Right, means we can cast and damage you. That's looping again. Okay. Problem solved. Granted, it was a problem I didn't realize. I just have to fix these up. Fun of adding the blacklists again. Ugh. Okay, square brackets. That's Mark is not on this list, correct? It's bad. It should be. PS was M H I J K L M N O P. Minecart marker should be before it. Got marker wrong. The only thing that makes sense. Oh, I've got the exclamation mark. That's what. Brackets, get rid of the comma, get rid of the end. Add in the mob list blacklist, and we're good to go. This one is the same, so executes at entity, we'll do the blacklist first, dead. And mobless. If entity. You want to look at this one, so I can just copy it. Effect give at E equals nearest and equals 1. Instant damage 0. How are we looking? Still green for the most part. We should be able to cast and do damage. That shouldn't linger. Guinea pigs don't move. Thank you. And it still disappears, perfect. Probably gonna miss because it's a straight line. Yeah. The only issue is you can't. Well, you can do diagonal. You can aim right. Which I obviously can't. It was weird. Triggered 2, but both of them weren't the right angle. Try that again. I'm facing this direction. One of them is not going where it should. Interesting. Yeah. They like shooting through you as well. Ah, more problems. Yeah, that's like starting way further than it should. I know what it is. When I copied these ones over, I didn't halve the summon distance. Die. Get out of my hand. 0.5. I think 2 is still right. Yeah, so it's just summoning it at the wrong starting point. Okay, let's try again now. Diagonal should work. Does, but this speed still seems high. One of them should be in 1, I believe. 2 and 2. 2 and 2. That was the whole point. One of them is half the speed. No, it's not. The whole point was they are half a block above. Okay, then the issue becomes, so diagonal is the issue. 0.5 ahead on us here is quite small. 0.5 in both directions is longer. If I halve them both, I'm curious to see if I get afflicted by the effect though. For instance, if we change these all to 2.5. The height. I probably need to readjust the marker then. This isn't a great thing. It's already a bit iffy if it will interact properly. Should be much closer to us. It's still not. Why? Like, that seems awfully far away. Yeah. All of them. I guess maybe it's not rendering that first particle. It's moving before that's being triggered. See, this hits you. It does. Yeah, double tap though. Before I decrease any of the other ones, we need to see if we're getting it. It says we're not. I remember. I shouldn't have blacklisted the player. I doubt I can get to it quick enough. Oh, I can. Perfect. It does mean I can shrink the range on all of them. It's fine. Yeah, it's just the diagonals. Not that one, all the front ones. Well, no, to be honest, the only ones I need to change are the... Not this one either, right? This is... No, this is direct. This is still far away. Interesting. 0.25. We're just gone with a snowball system. Damn it. It is curious, though, that the second one was not clipping us. Well, actually, straight line probably won't. No, straight line does too. Try 0.5. Okay, please don't give me an effect. Still does. Interesting. When the back one was 0.5 and this one was 1, it wasn't. I can increase the range on this, or decrease, I should say. Then their collision is going to be faulty. Still get it on the other one though. No, so I'm better off not. I should have messed around with things if they were working. Still should be 1 again. Well, this one, I guess, can stay at 5. I missed one? Yeah. Just this one needs to go back to 1. Okay. Are we still getting stuff, or do I have to change the back one too? Nope. Curious. I guess because of the height difference. Fine. Okay, so task done. Happy with the enchant particle, correct. It's fine. Ground, middle, top, cast. Yeah. So now we just have to add the casting tax. The particle effect I want to add. And then we just do these systems and we're done. And we're using the marker now. It's actually troublesome because it means I need to change something. I need to change one of these tags. Yeah, so instead of spell, it needs to be the marker. Oh well, I could just give the marker the spell tag as well.
Then I suppose I have I have extra collision detection sometimes. So I can get hit by the arm stand or the marker. Hmm. If we're just detecting a collision, then I'll just use spell. Sorry, I'll just use the marker, so all spells should be linger. Yeah. I'll just I just copied that, didn't I? No, I spaced it. Why do I have to make so many? Okay. We have what we're detecting with our hits. I should also add a sound effect to the cast. What to use? Most likely either the Evoker cast sound and cast spell. What does that sound like? You know what? I've been wondering why I haven't had sound this whole time, and it's because I never turned it back on. Hey Swix! Welcome back. I mean, I guess that's as good as anything for a sound effect. $1,000 Hey. Run sound the dots. Spell ambient at all but localized. Right. Hey, where's my sound effect? Oh, the space or the interesting. What did that collide with? What have I done? Working right before. I had the sound effect and now it doesn't want to work. That's curious. An angle maybe? Eh. It's spiking or something and not counting correctly. There we go. Interesting. No, not the sound. The actual spell is only casting sometimes. It's weird. Just in case, we'll up the reset. Like, it was working perfectly before. I added one command block and now it's out. But the TPS has to be dropping, because even the particles are messed up. Very confused. Or it has to be... This was the only other thing I changed. But all I changed was the tag I'm looking for. So it should still be checking the same amount of entities. Okay, well, if we don't know what's wrong, we just reset it to the previous state, I guess, and see if that does it. No, so it delayed casted? Let's reload and see. I mean, everything should be cleaned up, so there shouldn't be any tick lag, which is not, still sitting at 20. Getting everything. That time it casted, but it didn't have any momentum. I'm really confused now. Everything was working, I added one thing, and now the whole system is broken. It's... Okay, that time I didn't cast at all. About the alternative form of casting. Works in a sense. They're there because I'm getting the effects. I'm somehow... I must be at the particle cap. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because it's working. We're just not seeing the arm stands. Which I don't quite understand how I can be at the cap. It's so annoying to do. I have item frames. I guess I could just blacklist the item frames. Granted, I haven't actually put anything in them yet. "33 entities doesn't seem like a lot, though. Got our lapis, got our book, cast. They shot again, but they have no momentum. Or if they have momentum, they're not going anywhere. They can't have momentum, because I'm getting the particle effects. Which means the marker block is at our position. That time it was just severely delayed. Ah, this is annoying. I have to check everything. This is incantation self, like a cross. Okay. Ones did I mess with? This is the burst. 1 and 0.5. Well, yeah, I guess I just have to check everything. The only thing I can do. Because they're all fractions so far. And they're all the same measurements, just obviously different angles. Let me grab a different book. And we'll make a few of them. You're set to the charm, it's fine. If I do this, charm fire. We need 5 of them. This way we can just test out all the different casting types. Incantation. I remember what they all are though. No direct is one. And then burst. And then domain. Fix is another one. And then what is the self? Main, burst, direct. Fixed. Look. Oh, it's literally just self. Should have seen that coming. Yeah, so we have all 5 casting types. See if any of them work, because I didn't change any of these. Nope. Domain. That works, but again, they don't have motion. Well, it had motion that time. It has to be the particles. It's working now. Didn't work that, or it did. Yeah, the particles are updating weirdly. It has to be as soon as I hit this requirement, but that doesn't make sense, because, again, the only thing I've changed is the tag. The other issue it could be is this. If I do unless I did update every single iteration, but none of them are switched on because only the one corresponding to the book, the one with the redstone, is turned on.
And either way, because I'm only updating the tag, I didn't update anything else. It's not like we're searching for any extra entities. It's still the same general parameters. It's just a different thing. The only thing that makes me think is the number of entities it's returning that match it, which would be the marker entities. Which means I need to gate how many of them there are. So instead of summoning one every tick, we only want to summon them if there's not already a marker nearby. But then this could also... This will devalue the precision of the collision detection. And it's also like, what do I set the distance? Do I just do it as, I don't know, 0.1? I guess. Let's just see if this helps. Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll just make it 1. No, that time as well, it's like the motion is delayed. So the arm stand's being summoned, and then I need to flip one of them to visible. That's the first row. Okay. This is also like my biggest worry is I finish the map and then I try to play it on say the computer and it just explodes. No, okay, so the particles are updating late. The arm stand moves and then we get the trail of particles. Which means it has to be tick lag. Even though we're not showing any. That's the only thing that can explain it. Left 20 before I forget. Yeah, so while the markers are a solution, they're also a problem, it looks like. What is searching for entities and finding them? A lot of things on my map. But I should be able to get around it if I update how many is being summoned. Nope. It's a set interval, so it can't increase or decrease. And that way I can manage it better. This should summon less markers. Let's see if helping. Nope, still severely delayed. Yeah, I know what it is. So it was the tag I changed. So on the particles, I mark the arm stand, then I display the particles corresponding to the spell. And I want to change it to the marker so I can use the same tag to run collision detection. When in actuality, I should just be doing both. Which means I should just the tag on the marker should just be spell as well. I think this will alleviate everything. Spell. Fine, that's marker. This one should be spell. Fine, and I should probably add the tag in here. Okay, so I decide to use markers for anything else. Okay, and then if we change this back to spell. Much better. Proper AoE. So I need to change all these back. Ah, the fun. But I am glad that it's not tick lag related. Tell me, Swix, have you ever thought about adding random generation with command blocks? Or procedural generation? Interesting. And how would you go about it? In just like a basic overview, if you had an idea. Jigsaw blocks. I'm going to pretend like I've heard of them. I remember the update they're a part of. I've never touched them. And structure blocks. And you can... Yeah, and data packs. Interesting. In comparison, my way is going to sound a lot crazier. So, I have this. This is my coin flips. So it picks a number between 1 and 16, roughly half a second, every half a second. So then I just need to essentially design basic blueprints that can then be mashed together, depending on what number is called. So, for instance, step 1, base, and I could have up to 16 different bases because of the randomizer, and it picks one of those bases, and then I could spawn in X entities, again off the generation, then set blocks of those X entities. Like, using cats and skeletons or zombies in villages to create random movements, to create random things, and then use the randomizer to call on different blocks. That's yeah, my general idea. Is just map mob patterns. Granted, they're not going to be like, it's a hard line to manage then having functional random generation and not just random generation. I think in base the blueprint idea is a decent one. So I can obviously structure at I could have 16 different rooms and have them pull from those 16 different rooms depending on the number, and then just go out in like a square or circular pattern around the center, placing each room depending on the number. And then I think what I also want to do was to gate it, so once it gets to, say, room 25, it swaps to a new set of patterns on a harder difficulty. It would be pretty interesting to see. And it wouldn't be too hard either, because obviously it's just call upon X entity, call upon X block, and we can just do 16 by 16 by 16. Like it's the randomization could just almost be endless. We just create X stages. I'd be up for working on a combined project. That's funny because this is what got everything started on my map, because that's the core system I use for mob abilities and everything. Oh, one layer too many. So what we've got a daily event, use the coin flip machine. Mob abilities, boss abilities, or use the coin flip machine to just add RNG. In fact, the loot box system I've made, or am making, I should say, uses it as well. And my villager trading as well. Essentially, because the great thing about it is I don't have to just use a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 16. I can now create percentages. For instance, I could use 1 to 4, and that's 25%. So there's a 25% chance that X thing will happen. And obviously, if you continue to add layers, you could make it insane. You add 16 more, and then all of a sudden that's 32 choices. Well, not even. You could just pulse it twice, and then use the numbers to assemble, something random. Essentially, it's like a combination lock, except instead of 1 to 9, it's 1 to 16. It's funny to think too, if I sat, because I started doing data packs for achievements, and if I sat down and did them, this map would just be completely different, and the ideas in it would be completely different if I just did data packs. Sure, love to hear it. Problem though, then 1 to 1 million is a bit excessive. Well, I'll see what you say before I criticize, because if you can obviously set ranges, then it's a lot more functional. What do we do? We did domain. Let's see what's self. Make sure they're all working. Perfect. Fixed. Fixed won't actually work unless I summon something. Up there. Oh yeah. Now the count is weird again. Oh no, because I'm looking at the wrong one. Eh. Too far away. Okay. This needs to be checked. Every time an event happens, when any certain chance of something happening during that event, I summon a marker entity. The marker entity, of course, has random UUID value a person like to use. But yeah. Right, and then functionally you can call upon that using the store result. And then you're just leaving it up to the game to generate random numbers. I do the scoreboard operation math, turning the value into a percentage. Okay, so not what I was thinking. Right, because it's the hyphen if you called upon it. And then you can just trigger something if the score is within the range you want. And the percentages can be changed to be in range, yep, where X being the percent constant value, and yes, I just detect when right value right range occurs to execute a command. And they will also, yeah. So that's one limitation with that is obviously if I call two events at the same time, they're going to have the same outcome. So, trying to figure it out in my head. Block, summon, block, detect, block, convert, block, execute. So it'd be 4. You'd only need 4 command blocks. Oh, and block kill. 5 command blocks. The rough estimate. 1 to summon, 1 to detect, 1 to convert it into the score. No, the detect and the turn into a score would be the same command block, wouldn't it? It's only 4. Sure. Sounds good. I will figure out why this is not working. Unsummon the arm stand above them. Fine. Slow motion goes up and back down. Ah, right, because you have the same issue. Right, so this should summon it above your head. Deals a little bit too much damage. Does 4, 6. Just decrease it. Do it. Three ticks is still too long. 30 seconds. Also give it more height so it bounces up. Still killed you. Right, it's not how long it lasts. It's this one, executing too many times. No, that's executing too many times. Yeah. Means I can increase you back up. Maybe not to 60. You can go higher. Curious how long it actually lasts for. Still too long. Definitely 40 seconds. One, two, three, four. Nope. Definitely gonna be too short. Use 5 command blocks for a single event, which the 4 are the universal, and then 1 is the situational. Yeah, cool. So I was on the money. There we go, only 2 hits. Which should also justify the fact that it's a longer cast time. In fact, I should probably make it greater. What? Yeah, no, this should be negative. Burst is quicker. AoE is slower. And this one. And this is burst. What is this one? Okay, something's not right there because they both say the same thing. This is meant to be burst, and this is meant to be self. Self should be slower. Essentially, burst should be the only one that's base quicker. And even then, it really should be. Burst. Domain. Now, you know what? Domain can be the quicker one, since it's just AoE. Then self, quicker. This should not be self. I really just down to these. Fixed. Fixed is slower. Should be slower. Move to. Second is execute at blah blah blah. Store the results. On scoreboard plays operation. And okay, so self is quicker when it shouldn't be either. Self should be the other remove. Okay. Quicker, add. Quicker, add, remove, remove. This should actually take us longer to cast. Not a lot, but it should still be noticeable. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. So roughly 5. Whereas burst, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. Perfect. It's not a huge difference. I want it to be a huge difference. I mean, I almost feel like burst should be 3 seconds. Execute at entity at selected, store results, score at S, RNG value, run, data get entity. Yeah, and then your range is just it's four digits, right? On the UID. No, it's not 4 digits. It's way more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh. And then you're just using ranges up to obviously 9, 10 digits. So 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. As score run scoreboard plays operation S. Percentage. Do you have to convert it? Well, I guess it just helps you. You don't have to work with such huge numbers. Yeah, more damage. Thank you. Yeah, two hits to kill is not horrible. You know what I should be doing? I should be testing them on the training dummy. God, I hate these Christmas boxes. They're so ugly. Ah, okay, yeah, negative value. I mean, you could still you could still use a negative range. Just means what? For 25%, you're doing negative 10 9 dot dot negative 4999999 dot dot. Well, negative 4999 dot dot dot, and then 49 dot 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 to 0, then 0 to 49. Yeah, yeah, okay. You might as well just include that extra step. I mean, see, like right there, that would be a river. And you just give it damage that run about, summon blocks, or even drop them. Where's fixed? Burn, chicken burned. Makes me happy. Okay. Going off course. Tested everything, it's good. We can go back to adding the sound effect. Oh, right. Okay, they're the... I don't know what it's called. I just know what it is from RuneScape. I'm going to call it the computer cap. Yeah, plus it would be very sporadic. Integer limit. There we go. Thank you. It's this, but better. So that, we do 1,000. Sound. Evoke entity first. Okay. So, what have we done? Fixed up the collision, gave it base damage, got sound, got particles. Now we just need to do the spells. So we'll do fire. So I have the books. The first step was to do the cost. So once the score equals 1,000, you just clear one. So it's fairly simple. I just add the NPT data later. Get rid of the book. Brick spot, yeah. So just be same executes at all players. Scores equals. In fact, I don't need the execute, I just do clear. Lapis 1. Okay, so every time we cast now, you'd lose a lapis. Perfect. Uh, Casting is annoying. Well, I guess the double sound effect isn't horrendous. You can just notice it sometimes. Okay, and I can copy this for all of them too, which is really nice. And I just add in the other stuff later. Can't shift with the book. Can't shift build. Oh, if only I could guarantee lots of people playing this. I'd love to watch them all have a spell book and then shift over lava or something and die. That'd be funny to watch. Yes, I say stuff like that too nonchalantly. Creepers, to be honest, are the worst thing I've added. If I can even figure out which man blocks. Let's see. Lost Soul, Frenzy, Warped Terrain, Waken, Vigorate, Quake, Dash, Manifest. That has to be one of the ones with 3. Oh, no, that's a cast. Body Slam, Tonic, Shatter, Snatch, No Cover. Did I do this side? Hunger, Rot, Wither, Vigorate. Essentially, the 3 abilities I've given creepers are to turn invisible, to be struck with lightning, and there we go. Perfect. The creepers can rush you with speed. They can go completely silent and invisible, or they can strike themselves with lightning and become supercharged. Technically, I did the same thing with glow squids. They can explode. Just less likely. Essentially, it's like 8 seconds, there's a 25% chance that the creepers are going to do something bad. Okay, so we've got the cost. The next universal thing would be a sound effect and a particle. Then I can go into the actual effects. So we copy over the collision. For the markers, we just change the tag to the specific one. We'll build it from scratch. Build from the bottom too. Would be executes at E, type equals marker, tag equals spell, and then tag equals blah blah blah. That'd be the 2, where we're filling in this tag as whatever the spell tag is. Which they all see something, pretty sure. Right, yeah, see poison, see blah blah blah. Just copy this to my Word so I can do it easily. Yep. You gonna tell me there's an easier way? I wrote blacklists for all the different types. Run. So we have particle. We have. Oh no, I did this wrong way. I forgot about the collision. Technically, I should do it the other way. The entity first. Ooh, but then I'd have to set up a command block to tag them as it generated, which would put more server load. Because every time a new entity is loaded, the command would run. I mean, it wouldn't be excessive, but I might as well just use the inbuilt ones. Yeah, I know about the data pack ones. Because I was reading somewhere like you can call upon all undead and stuff like that, and then oh, it's a data pack. I don't know why. I like the thought of this being just like old school, where all you need to download is a map. There's nothing else you need to do. Just download the map and play. Just to me, gives it a much better feel than nowadays, because there's still a lot of confusion even installing data packs and then making sure they're running, all this stuff. And you've got all the people who obviously don't like modding because it's too difficult. I just really wanted to capture the old style of maps, but obviously with far more advanced functionality. Definitely though, in future projects I look forward to learning all these more complex things. To be honest, a lot of the things I do could be done a lot better with data packs. There's some stuff that couldn't be, just because of the I guess the ordering is a bit difficult. But a lot of things could be done better. That would also reduce the amount of lag, just being able to call upon a function. Oh well. In for a penny, in for a pound. We execute at if empty. And what distance did we settle on? That one, this one. 0.1. Easy peasy. Right at the start. Well, it's to be honest, it's just a better starting point, because once you start getting into data packs, it's kind of it's less Minecrafty, and it's more you're just modifying the game just with the inbuilt tools of Minecraft. Like, so the three stages would be redstone contraptions, command blocks, and then data packs. And each stage, you're sort of you're getting away from the feel of normal Minecraft. So like computers, that's probably the best example. Like the the amount of hype someone building a computer with just redstone gets. And then obviously someone with command blocks can look at that and go, well, I can do it much easier. And then someone with data packs would laugh at both of them. But then the people actually viewing it will appreciate command blocks or just redstone more than data packs. Ooh, why is... Oh, I've got the actual stuff. At E... Yeah, like it's still the same string of everything. They've kept all the syntax the same. But it's also like the... Obviously, you don't have to structure it at that point. Well, when I say structure, I don't mean you don't have to structure it like this. You're structuring it in syntax form, so to speak. Which the way people would view that is completely different to the way someone views, obviously, me building with command blocks. That whole thing, like if someone who doesn't know how to box watches boxing, they might find it boring. But then someone who knows how to box and understands people like slipping and feinting and countering, they have a more appreciation. And simply put, regardless of how close it is, the majority of the community will view data packs as a form of coding rather than obviously creative gameplay. They lack the understanding to connect the dots because they haven't experienced it firsthand. My 9 lines of blacklisting. Yeah, and then we can use this to run everything. The issue, though, I think I actually need to reduce the marker. Because the issue is, if this is double tapping, then it means that it will also... Ooh, it'll also double play whatever we use. Yeah, so it's only one right now, which is fine. What about fixed? As long as it only hits once. Yeah, then any sound effects we do, or particle effects, will only occur once, which is what we want. Yeah, and that's probably where I'll end up being. There's some movement stuff that I would like to convert over to just data packs. That'd make it a lot functionally better. Like my... where is it? Oh, it's right there. Like double jumping. Just make the data pack utility. And then I can also clean up a bit better. Because since everything's executing at once, I can refine the hit detection and everything. But obviously that's stuff to look at later on. Okay, so here with the book, and then I can't tell which one it is. It's you. Particle, sound effects, and then that leaves... It only leaves 3 slots for the utility of the spell. Plus, I also haven't done a cast particle effect, which I'll probably end up sticking on this side. Anyway, so Fine. Run particle. Flame. At their location. Centered. The tagging would be one of the most useful things with data packs, because then you could also do like entity heights. Like for instance, I like running particles at the center, and obviously the center for the majority of entities is 1 block, but then you have stuff like baby zombies and slimes, where the center should be 0.5. And this is more of a burst, so we'll do, I don't know, 0.5, 0.5. Still like slower speed. 10 particles. Then play sound. Under item. It's under entities player. Generic. Or not. Where is the fire extinguish? Is it blocked? Not fire? It is. Okay, and then this should also be C fire. Right, nice and simple. Perfect. Okay. Is it still fixed? Good, because that's the easiest one to still see. This should hit you, and it should display some stuff. Perfect. Though it's still... It has multiple collisions. And of course, if he dies, it doesn't detect the hit, because the effect is going before the particles. It's not a big deal. If I reverse the order, it still won't matter, because the entity will die. I would need to... Yeah, so this is another thing. So, because command blocks work in positive, then height. By simply moving these 2 command blocks above this system, it will function how I want, where it will run the spell's effects before actually dealing damage to the entity. Meaning if the entity dies, everything still goes off. Now we'll just disable them. Which is not done by that, it's done by adding random crap. Anyway, so particle, sound effect, and then 3 capabilities. So, fire. First one's nice and simple, it'll just be tag E. Not type, sort, equals nearest, equals 1, add, burn, 1, and this should be burn 4. And then we're just setting the block underneath them on fire. That's probably all we really need for a fire spell. Okay. We got the burn. Block was not set on fire though. Did I forget to type in fire? Probably forgot to type. Oh, spaces. Still be in range. Right, so I do have to increase the marker. Work that time. We'll make it back to 20. Actually, no, that shouldn't matter because it's not about the life cycle of the marker. It's about them. Ooh, about their motion not being able to collide. Hmm. If anything, I need to increase the life, the effect. And it lingers a bit. Go back down to 10. Timing is like slightly off on the first cast. So if I start from 0, well, no, it worked that time. Just didn't want to work before, I guess. Maybe it was slightly moving. Like the was landing outside of this hitbox. Probably the solution. You go right here. Work that time. We'll count it as tweaked. Right, and we also wanted a slot to increase the timer. I mean, it's both of these things will go at the back. So, for instance, we want a particle effect to indicate we're casting, a fire spell, and then we also want to increase the casting time, or decrease the casting time, say. Well, it depends on the spell. I think well, it's high damage in terms of mob scaling, which is another thing I kind of dislike. Uh, yeah, so, like, potion effects are way too strong. Slash, mob HP is way too low. So it's probably similar to this command. Then we just detect if their casting is greater than 1. If it's greater than 1, then they get extra casting. Or they lose extra casting, doesn't really matter. And then the particle as well. I should have it somewhere. This
this is not the right document. Nope. I think it's in Mage 2. Yep, here we go. Fire. So scores equals casting. That 1. Must be changed to scoreboard. Players add. Run. Against casting and 1. And this one is particles, so the execute stays. We're probably still doing flame, although I guess I could use lava. Yes, and you can also do like absorption. Eat heart. I think absorption is probably the cleaner one. Then you don't have to worry about resistance scaling. You can actually have a fixed variable number. Granted, it's 2 every time, or 4, depending on how you want to look at it. But then, like, I could do that with this. So I could decrease the spell damage by first applying something, even if it's just a second, and then dealing the damage. But then that feels kind of bad that you have to use that. Like on Bedrock, there's the damage command, and you can input a specific value of damage. Like it baffles me so much, the fact that the different platforms aren't universal at this point. Like it seems so irrational not to have features just streamlined across all of them. Okay, centered on us. 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 2.01, 1. I still don't know how people manage with the UI, though, for command blocks and Bedrock. I've done like small scale things, and it's just terrible. Like their chat has the tab functionality, but then the command blocks don't, and the command blocks don't even have indications like this to show you that they're functional. All the data you input. Okay. Right, because I didn't set casting limit. But this is fine, because now I can see. It's a little bit too spaced out, to be honest. That one, not that one. Like 3, maybe? Maybe 0, maybe no change. Well. So the main thing is, yeah, while players don't know, that's sort of also the issue. Because, for instance, a lot of people, the way they would make custom mobs would be, well, we want it to be tougher. We give it base resistance, and obviously in that scenario, you can't use these mechanisms to deal X damage. Like similarly, if I wanted to make a boss whose ability was to give itself absorption, I can't then use absorption to reduce certain mechanics damage. And it's just stuff like that. Like even on boss attacks, if I wanted to do set damage using that method,
then I have to sort of be aware that the player can't apply these status effects themselves without taking, increased damage to what I've scaled the boss for. That's the limitation I see. Yeah. Okay. This casting. Sorry, not this one. This one. Scores equals brackets. Da, da, da. It's casting. Greater than 200 is the first casting bracket, I believe. So we're casting. We get our fire. We get our runes, and then it casts. How does it look like from personal perspective? That's not too bad. It's a bit of screen clutter with the fire particle. I guess you're casting a spell, so what do you expect? But I do need to probably reduce the size. Because the whole idea is if you have multiple books, then it stacks. A simple, not simple way to make this work out is to just implement an entirely custom health system altogether. Yeah, but then all of a sudden you're scaling your project up. Like, okay, so that's another like separation I hate. Is you can use the attribute command, for instance, to give something more HP, but that doesn't matter because it only changes the max. You still have to use data merge, and all of these commands, their limitation is it can only target one entity at a time, which I don't quite understand. Granted, yes, I could foresee issues. Maybe you specify a type instead of the limit. So like I don't understand why you can't just edit the data of every zombie in the world. Why do you have to limit it to one? Then it would be much easier to just create a universal scaling system because you could just add the attribute modifier and then I don't know, pulse them with something, or well, no, I guess you'd still use the data modify. But then you still run into the hassle of not resetting their HP, of just updating each mob. Well, I guess you increase their HP and then tag them so that you don't re-increase their HP. Doesn't really matter. There's no purpose to them readjusting stuff they've already implemented. It doesn't benefit them as a company or obviously the game's marketability. People obviously want to see new stuff rather than actual completed projects. As unfortunate as that is. I think we can bring this into 2. I don't know why I'm going down there, I can just do it here. So it's less clutter. I guess I could lower it as well, so it's not centered. It's between the 2 rings of the enchants. What if we just do it at our feet? I mean, someone seeing you cast can see it. The issue is, unless you look down, you can't see yourself casting. So it really needs to be that middle level-ish. 0.5. I can't see it from normal looking, though. And to be honest, no, I actually want to extend it further. So that there's less chance that they hit the same spots over and over again. Because again, the whole idea is if you have multiple books with different charms, you'll see all the particles so you can see what the player's casting. Merry Christmas, Yellow Dandy. Look like from the outside. Doesn't look too bad. I think I'm happy with that. Yeah, it's another thing I can't really tell till I clutter the screen with multiple spells. The casting time should also be quicker. I've done it right. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. Not immensely. What we have... No, it is immensely, because fix should be 5 seconds. Yeah. I wouldn't mind making the... like the circles, the runes, just for the player. But obviously I want the type of spell to be identifiable. Granted, in that sense, then it'd also be worthwhile to make an indicator for the casting type. That way, you know, if for instance, they see it as fixed, well, fixed has a set range of 10, so you know to run away. If it's direct, you know not to be directly in front of them. If it's burst, you know not to be in a cone in front of them. And so on. The one I'm gonna have trouble with is the Sonic Boom. That is just horrible to use. In a large scale sense. It's great for like the arrows. I should probably just change the particle altogether. Like, I'm really happy with the Sonic arrows. I also like this utility. Mainly because if you, like, zoom out, it actually looks like you're using the dragon head to pull the bow. Eee. Boom. Ooh. I triggered it. Oh, that's actually another funny thing. So, like, to make all the bows PvP accessible, in the ground, it now will do damage to anyone who walks into it. So, people just going to collect their arrows and then dying because they hit the hitbox. If I drop on it, should? No. So I think it's... because it's up my feet, isn't it? Oh, we got before. Underneath, there we go, yeah. Yeah, I'm getting distracted again. Is there anything else we need to do for this? It's pretty much done, isn't it? Damages, tags them with our burn status effect, and then makes fire below them. He adjusted the cast speed. So it should be +1. At +1, it makes it 3.8. Well, no, I still would like them to pick up their arrows. It's just like a fringe circumstance if they hit the hitbox before they pick it up. Or before it becomes whatever that is. Yeah, and then it's like a trap arrow. But you can't pick up arrows that don't match your UUIDs, right? That's how that works. So like these arrows stuck here, if another player was to come along, they would trigger the effect just like a mob does, if I could aim it right. Oh right, I don't have that on. Well, the other way is. Should hit me. I didn't realize they plop so much when you shoot them straight up. Oh, 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 oh. There we go. I also feel bad because there's only 12 different arrows, so to speak. Okay, so anyone can pick it up. I would have to edit it. I should probably do that then. So that you can actually, like, for PvP, you could set up arrow traps. Well, I guess it is called... it's a little cheaty, because you could just... Like, that would probably be enough to insta-kill any player. I have the space. Yeah, easily, because I'd only need one command block too. It'd just be any spectral arrow with X tag, or with just a PS level actually. I feel like I need to make direct a bit better. Like, yeah, straight line's cool. But if you compare it to, like, for instance, the AoE, the domain, is definitely my favorite in terms of, like, looks. Excuse me? You're on. Interesting. Did I break it again? For some random reason I did. Ow. Ugh. They're turning off, that's fine. The other one's turning on. First. Fixed self domain. That's correct. The score is not updating. Why is it not updating? Oh. What we built in. I need lapis. That's why I can't cast. I don't even know how my own systems work. Jeez. Which one's this? Is this burst or domain? This is domain. And, oh, that one's still visible. Domain is the first one. There we go. But I spent so long trying to think about how to do like a cool AoE particle chain using the system we have, and I guess it's kind of like a pentagram. Thinking more of like a like tempest. Yeah, so domain I'm like completely happy with. It looks cool. Fixed is fine too. It just summons them above their head. Self pattern is what? It's like a cross. Yeah. Which obviously you don't want to hit yourself with fire, but you can if you want. Then burst I'm also, I feel like I should add 2 more chains. Like, that's alright. Oh, they hit us. That's a worry. Need to change the collision. They need to start a bit further out, it looks like. Well, that time it worked. Right, because I was at the edge of the block. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say, because I don't know how they fare close up. I don't actually think you can hit someone with all 3. But for the most part, that just means it is inherently better than the direct. The only thing that direct does is it goes further. I should probably fix it. It should be this second one. Just needs to be summoned a little further out. Right, yeah, because we changed these back to 1. Should be 1 as well. I could probably get away with like 0.75. Fine. We shouldn't be able to hit ourselves. Yeah, we can't really hit you if you're up close either. We can't even hit you at all, it looks like. The collision is still wonky. Domain should work. Yeah. Just because it has crossover and the speed's a lot slower. He's done for. So, domain, self, and fix will definitely always work. Just the collision on these because of their motion, and not only that, the height of the hitboxes. Ugh. How can we fix it? Some down. We didn't end up putting the claws on the marker, right? So there's no unless. We did do unless. Ooh. That should fix it. I just don't know how much lag it will end up creating. No, it didn't. Interesting. Further away should, though. And then it's not really burst if it's not. Can't use it as like a shotgun. Like if I'm right next to you, even though you're 1 block away, yeah, it's gonna summon past you. So I think I need to change that one. It needs to be a smaller range that still doesn't hit the player. That got me. It's unfortunate. And didn't get you. It's also unfortunate. Direct is probably going to have the same issue. It doesn't work close up. Well, direct does, actually. Just curious. Worked in that direction. I didn't accidentally use like the alignment command, did I? Again, it is like a specific range. Or it's a timing mechanism. Well, that's hitting you. That got you. Don't know why I'm bothering. The distance on the marker is 1, so it needs to be summoned 1 block away. If only you could give more motion. Like I could make it come backwards first and then go forwards. I could just slow it down a lot, and that would probably do the trick. Got one of you. That looked like it should hit you. It doesn't. This is not too many to change. Also don't know why I'm not just clicking in front of the 5 and adding a 2. It worked better. Start at a lower position so the lob is better. But definitely at a lower speed, placing more markers and allowing it to hit more consistently. Not that one. Should probably change the Y to compensate as well. Just halve it. How's it looking now? Like a stunted cone. And I've used up my lights. So say Swix, this is starting to get annoying. So the travel is what, 3 blocks? I suppose gives benefit to direct now. But what if we lower it? I think I need to re-increase the height though if we're doing it this. It's not going to go very far. Yeah. Kind of just trails along the ground. Which should make it easier to hit something. We'll try and re-increase the Y. Okay, how does it look? Like it's still only going a few blocks. Goes 3 out in that direction, in those directions. So it's not great. Granted, I can get around this if I increase the cast speed on it. So it's just like a short burst. The question is detection better? If the detection is better, then it's completely worth it. You have like a group of mobs. How many are we hitting? None of them. That is not a good sign. What do you mean none of them? I hit 2 of them. Very delayed for some reason. Interesting. I think it only hit them 2 because the arm stand stopped moving. It was stuck on the block. Whereas that slightly went off. be hitting you. The other option then is increase the duration. It's only lasting a second, so that's probably impeding it because it's not being stationary. The particles are technically lasting longer because I think on average they all are around 3 seconds. But then technically the marker should also be there. But then the marker itself doesn't last long either. That might also help if I up the marker, but again, I don't want it to hit twice. Yeah, this is interesting. Why are you not hitting? Like that should definitely be in your hitbox. It's not. Just back to 20 and see. Yes, but given the sound and the particle, that hit way too many times. That side didn't hit at all. Side? As some of the sides is not working? Yeah, no. Good about Iron Golem, since he's stationary. Although, yeah, he has a bigger hitbox. Interesting. Right at you. That did work. One block away. That worked. Roughly one block away. That did not work. Did. Hmm. This is kind of bad. Arm stand, spell. Right, why did I do that? The particles. No, it was. I used the angry villager particles, which float up, and then that must have made me think I need to lower the marker. Yeah, but now it's hitting us again because it's not lowered. Still should be hitting you too, though, mate. Thank you. I burn, you burn. We'll just check the main, make sure that's not hitting us. Okay, that's good. So domain still doesn't hit us. Which means I'm probably better off just increasing the cast away from us. Pretty sure if I just add 1 to it, it should be fine. And that should be outside the marker range. In fact, if I just did like 0 points, work too. And I also wanted to make this half. It doesn't just trail along the ground, it does actually have some height. 3. Yeah, that looks better. It's not hitting us. How far does it travel? Still only 3 blocks, which is fine. Question is, can it hit? And the answer is no. Come on. Closer it does, so I think it's dying out before it hits again. Well, no, that indicates it has to be the right spacing. Yeah. No, I think I just need to up the duration, not of the marker, but of the particle. 40, 40. So what? We up to 60. What's these? 10. Domain only lasts for half a second, but it doesn't really travel far. And they all sort of cross over, meaning that it doesn't have as many dead spots. This should be self. Then even our own one. Sorry, not self. That was targeted. Self is 60 seconds. Well, sorry, 60 ticks, and so is that. All right, we'll just make it 60. See if that helps. Okay, let's see. How long does it linger for? Shoots out. It's not too long. Has this made the detection better? Should, because it should definitely place a mark there. Doesn't. So he just tried to pummel a marker. Again, it just seems like it's the x-axis that doesn't like. What? No, it's not that time. Closer? If I'm closer is the issue. It's somewhat of an issue that the hit rate is so bad.
Yep. We just write down the server. So it takes a look-see when I have some spare time. And these back on starters. Interesting. So the marker detection works. What distance? I did 1. And on this I do 1 as well. Correct? If entity distance 1. The only thing I can see happening is the chain of events. So we're marking the markers with Seafire. It's then going to check them. The issue. 1, I don't need the type. Realistically, I should probably separate it. I should just check if there is a marker in their collision, and then if there's the armor stand with Seafire. Or then just if an entity with Seafire. No. Realistically, best way to do this is just to use the same basis as the particle command. And just run the marker command after that. Problem is, after you cast, casting is reset to 200. So if you just stop casting all completely, I can't use this to generate the effect. I suppose I could just check if they're casting. And then that they have the charm, the correct charm. Well, the first step to test would just be to get rid of the tag stuff and see if that makes the collision detection more accurate. It should, because essentially anytime the markers are producing the other 2 effects, they should be able to produce these effects. Yeah, so it's a lot more collisions. Means for starters, we can reduce it back down. And I probably want to decrease the markers as well. There's way too many collision events going on. I could probably get away with them just being around 1 tick. I mean, this should bottleneck the whole thing. No, so 1 tick is no good. For 5. Still, that's way too many. And then that's also in part for the thing, in part to the arm stand lingering around. Back down to 20. That was better. That was 2 hits. Uh, 3 was the range, right? So from about here. No, we're just short from here. Yeah, so it's 2 hits. Which means it's still lingering for a bit too long. It's definitely the tagging system on the markers that is causing it not to work. They're not being tagged quick enough to detect. It's essentially adding a tick. A tick to chat, a tick to tag, and then a tick to ugh. So that 10 times fast. A tick to tag, and then another tick to check. So we're better off just checking if the player is nearby with it, since we don't have to worry about the tag step. And that, am I happy with the burst? I think the speed needs to be increased to compensate for not really doing much. Like, it's neat, it goes, what, 3 in each direction. That's not huge. We can just adjust it. At +2, against roughly 3.5 seconds. At +4 is 3 seconds. +8 would be 2.5. We'll make it +4. Then we also have the modifiers from whatever charm we use. Quicker, but not too much quicker. Though if you chain it together like this, definitely a lot quicker. Right, and then there was one. Not a good sign. I think I definitely need to slow this down. Which sucks, because I like that it goes as far as it does. But it's definitely too quick for the collision. Not even the normal base collision is working. We probably just halve it. I mean, we can make it more of a lob again and just lower its position. Still did not detect it. That did. Again, it's because we need to be in like the perfect range. The reason I want to is to try and sort of overlap them. That's not the issue. This one lingers for too long, like the others. If you shoot from max range, you can do a lot of damage. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because then it pays off to be precise. This does not feel good that it kisses. Just decrease the speed further. I really wish you could just give them no gravity and still be able to give armor stands movement. You give an armor stand levitation. You can. Okay, so I can use that to augment it. Means I can slow down the speed and still have it travel further. From all my testing, if you give it no gravity, you can't. You can give it motion, like you can input values, but it won't move at all for whatever reason. Even though with other mobs you can. Well, I don't know about the gravity. I know you can turn off their AI and then give it motion. Slash summon. Stand. Give it some height. It's motion, right? I have it up here, don't I, somewhere? Yeah, perfect. We'll just make it go diagonal. Every direction. This is right. I should look it up. Not no. No. Yeah. And you can't, its motion is just, for whatever reason, zeroed. In fact, yeah, you can see there it's not zeroed. It has slight motion, but it's not actually moving. It's really dumb. It just switches off for whatever reason. Oh, no, if I'm using levitation and slow fall, I could really augment. Like, summon it and then give it motion. Will you try that? Which one's the easy one to use? It's the one that wants a path. Thank God. Motion squares. 1.0d, you want the decimal. Very unfortunate. Such a wasted opportunity. Sure, people who do like animation stuff with them are just as disappointed. It's alright. I've got the space for it anyway. To add an actual active effect rather than just nothing. Although I probably want to separate it and give it its own. What number is levitation? $25 on Java? Yeah. 24 on Bedrock. The full 3 seconds? Probably not. Probably only half of it. Amplifier or amplification? Active. Just gonna. I don't see where it is. It's something. That was dumb. Well, I guess the hunger works. Where's active effects? Oh, there we go. Ambient, show icon, duration, amplifier. Ruby. I should grab the comma. I already screwed this up because it's 25 on Java, 24 on Bedrock was what I said. Right? Yep. Duration, show particles, good. I wonder what this is going to look like. Also, I forgot it means I can cut the motion in half again. Made this weird now. It used to be I could click twice and it would be nice and neat. You have to scroll back. Okay. This is better. No. Its motion is too slow now. Goes and then it just drops. I would assume that it can actually hit stuff now. No, interestingly, it still doesn't. Makes me think there's something wrong with the projectile. I understand them not taking damage because he's obviously looping hits. What works is when I run into it. There we go. I think I'm gonna leave it here. My brain's starting to go. I really want to get this done though, so that all I have to do was come up with the different effects. I really can't concentrate anymore. Anyway, Swix, thanks a lot for all the help, especially the marker stuff. It's really useful to me, and obviously thanks for hanging around. Anyone watching, the other 2 people, thanks, and anyone watching post, also thanks. Oh, Merry Christmas. Have a wonderful holiday period, however long or however short it may be. See you around.